Check. Okay. Missed a day yesterday, unfortunately, because of the weather. Quite snowy. But I'm back today. Alright. Build. Working on the world generation. Working on the default world generator. So, I'm just putting in the different types of things the world needs. To be able to run the game, basically. Let's see where we're at. So this is old code. Ooh. Where are we? Leaf transition deltas empty. Empty. What does reset do? Tree simulation reset. Tree simulation reset. Resets all the leaves. Empties the leaf transition deltas. Probably don't actually need to do that. A little bit of weirdness going on up here. Let's just what does this do? We'll just do this. We'll fill it. Leaf state count. What is that? Leaf states get count. Yeah, some really weird flickering going on up there. Let's wait for the wind to blow through and see what happens. Ooh, nasty. Just going to remove this from async for a second. Something weird is happening there. one of the things is as well is we're timesing it by 10 for some reason, and then adding an untimed by 10 version to the bounds, which is weird to me. What does this look like without timesing it by 10? Let's put a bit more chilly music on. Really weird flickering. So we reset the simulation. Which seems legit. This idea of tick, if we don't need to tick it. So this is doing a fixed step tick. Let's just remove that for a second. Some of them are immediately moving. Which is strange to me because we're meant to be resetting them all. See, they have got state in there. State T, state, so we're doing the max of that and 0.25. Then we're multiplying it by amount. Amount should be 0. So what I'm going to do is just assert that m equals 0. Just for the first time we go around the loop. Bambia, good morning. Hope you're alright. Working on the world today. So the second time around, amount gets set. Looking at terrible sleep. Oh man, yeah, I'm tired as well today. What I really need to do for this is the tree simulation for a leaf is not trivially binarily serializable. Body poisoned yet? Oh man. It didn't happen really up since 2. Whoa. Yeah, you need to take a rest today then. Alright, let's look at the let's make a binary serializer. Tree leaf estate. So we basically want a few things. We want index, bounds, inverse width, inverse height. That's it, I think. And we don't actually even want to save these either. Translation delta. All that. Full of energy. Maybe anxiety, maybe. Can be quite common. Stressing out about work or something. Yeah, it's not good. And then engine config. We'll rebuild the level. And the rest gets rebuilt anyway. Actually, scale doesn't need to get saved. Yeah, I've just got a little bug with the leaves. They've started behaving weird. Well, Van Berg, rest if you can. Look at this. Weird behavior. So we shouldn't need to do a reset here now. So the simulation leaf states. So amount is coming in as set, which I don't think should be correct. Why is amount coming in as set? Amount should be 0 to start with, I think. Let's try that. So it's still they're still moving immediately. Right. Let's just pause here. What I'm going to do, possibly, so the tree is tree 2, I think we're looking for. Fortunately, there's 9,000 of these, or 10,000 of them. They should all be 0. So I'm going to not tick it and see what happens. See if they're all moving still. Or some of them are moving. Oh, we had a crash there. Oh, because they transition, the vertex deltas are. So they need to get ticked. We don't really want that to be a crash. Tree transition deltas. So I think when the tree loads, level tree, when it loads, you just want to go tree transition deltas empty. Tree transition deltas fill with tree.simulation. What do we want to fill it with? How many? How many things do we want to fill it with? We've got leaf indices and leaves indices as well. Which is not great. Don't know what the difference is. Yeah, we should be able to render it without ticking the actual simulation. Oh, it didn't come through here though. That's interesting. Oh, it's returning. Auto result is that. Return result. Add unreachable code. Right, so we need to fill it with something. So what's the difference between leaves indices and leaf indices? So this is the leaf index range, really. So we should rename this. Leaf index range. And trunk index range. So it's just leaf index range dot end, I think. Or last. And we need to see how we're filling it. Just with blank vectors. Right, let's see if this ends up crashing. Without ticking. We don't want to tick. Still crashing. Vertex deltas still 0. Still nothing in there. Trees, translation deltas. Are we actually filling the wrong thing here? What's going on, man? Because it's not built it. That would make sense. I'm going to leave the breakpoint here now and just actually check. Got to check every single little thing these days. Right, so we're definitely filling this with a bunch of stuff. Zeros. Okay. There we go. Right, so it's not ticking. And we got no weird distortion effects. So the tick's obviously broken. Just for like down here. So let's put a breakpoint there and a breakpoint here. Do any of them end up having values on the first frame? Well, the first time we have a tick count. Yes. So the distance, what is this distance? To the wind is less than the radius. So it's in the wind already. Where does the wind start? The gust P start? At 0, 0. So I think we kind of want it to start off screen. So this is the wind. The wind is like, as we load the level, it's starting right in the middle of the level, in the middle of the screen, and then it's going to blow off the screen. So that means that half of the simulation is working, half is not, or is affected by the wind. So where do we set this gust P? Gust position. So gust position is 0. So I think what do we want to do? Where do we want to start this then? It needs to start at camera world bounds dot right dot left. So board weather. This is in board weather, so it's not quite here. It's not here. It's in here in the room weather. Enter room. So when we enter the room, on enter room, we should maybe just do a little bit of room weather on enter room or something. What do we use the canvas for? To get the buffers. So we just need to really set the gust position. So void on enter room, and we'll just do what's the other on enter room? The name of the room. We're just going to say wind. We do need the canvas to get the camera out. Canvas, canvas. So we're going to go cam world bounds. I'm going to go wind. Gust position equals cam world bounds left. Like 1.5 times that or something. Might code a little today. Won't be much brain work. Yeah, I quite like that. Those days where you don't have to think very hard, you just type in stuff. It's nice. So reset the wind to off the screen, off the left hand edge of the screen. I think we'll try that. So on enter room, we're just going to go tick weather, room dot weather. Oh, actually, the weather belongs to the room. So it's room dot weather. We need to get the room. So we'll do it up here actually. So we'll find the room. This is room name. Ah. Maybe I'll do some level design, edit the JSON, yeah. When I do level design, it's place. Oh, yeah. Procedural. But with your brain. Doesn't work, retry. Yeah, cool. If not room, return. And then this can just be room ID. And then we'll go room weather. Room weather. On enter room. Canvas. May as well just pass the actual room. Level room. Level room. Don't know about level room currently. Canvas. Oh, we don't have the canvas. Right. We do have the room camera. We only have the camera state though, we don't have the actual camera. How do you get the level design ideas? Need a curve level, but I'm not too sure about the general layout of things to make the level interesting. Iteration, I think. I think that's it. You need a goal for the level. Then you just need to like try and iterate. Like, why is that level there? And then iterate to reinforce why that level is there. But it's hard. It's a different realm compared to what I'm used to. I'm not an expert game designer or anything. So an enter room doesn't actually have the canvas. Technically it shouldn't really, because nothing really to do with drawing the room. We just do need the camera, that's the thing. Canvas is in the camera. So I think I'm just going to cheat and do... There's no canvas. And I'll do auto canvas, game canvas. This is room name now. What does this want? The string. Room name, name. Get game canvas undeclared identifier. How does this? Where is this in-game canvas? Where is game canvas? Sci-fi gardener. Try that. Why the level is there, yeah. Trying to find the answer. It's going to be the final level, so quite hard to complete. Yeah, cool. You say you've got to make five levels. That is a lot of work, I think. Alright, let's check this works. So all this has to do... Can world balance is 0? Of course it is. So the camera's not been set yet. This is the problem. So I can't really do this. On enter room is before the camera. We've faded up the level, like the faded up from black, so there's no camera yet. 5 levels, but only 1 for each. Tutorials are cool. Oh yeah. The game doesn't really have a plot other than difficult platforming. Yeah, that's alright though. Games don't need plots, don't think, do they? If you're making a story-based game, then yeah. But if you're making a platformer, not necessarily. Plot could just be some text at the beginning. Right, so... Tick weather. How do we do this? So we could make gust position like optional. That might be the way to do it. So we could do standard, optional, float, gust position, and then we can say if not gust position, wind gust position, then we set it do it here really. Wind dot gust position is cam world bounds dot left times 1.5. In terms of enemies cave, all I have is ghosts. The rest don't really fit the theme of cave. Someone share about that. Perhaps I should break a rule. What do you think? You have bats in a cave. Have trolls in a cave. Bears in a cave. You could have like a wizard sheltering in a cave. Out of the sprites we already have. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could do something like, if you don't want to use anything apart from ghosts, you could scale up the ghosts and make them like a different colour in the shader or something, and have them as like strong ghosts. Have more HP, maybe. Chickens, pea shooter. Ah, yeah, cool. If you feel the level needs it, then yeah, you could break the rule. Yeah. But it had a build it into the story. Like the chickens needed a new home, so they found a home in the cave. So what I might do then, if that's optional, I might go back to the on enter room. Where did we do that? Yeah, in the room weather. So void on enter room. And that's just going to go wind, gust position, reset. And then on enter room for the level, can just do weather. What is it? Room.weather on enter room. Room.weather on enter room. Room. So when we enter the room, it'll just reset the weather. Okay, what's going on here? So this wind gust position. Needs to be dot value. That's one way to do it. Snails in a cave. Oh yeah, I'm sure. All right, now we need to build the levels again. Cooper. Like a Cooper. No, I don't know Cooper. But yeah, sounds good. Alright, so we have a problem here. Heap corruption. Let's just rebuild. Like a turtle with a shell. Cooper. Yeah, I might know what it is. Oh yeah. I have played Mario, but I'm not a big Mario. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nice one. Plan to do it for snails. Yeah, great idea. Yeah, you get snails. You get snails in caves. Yeah. Okay, on enter room. So we reset it, and then when we tick it, it should just say that there's no ghost position. So we set it to right on the left of the screen. Okay. Let's see what happens there with the old trees now. So they're not moving. Ooh. Something's very wrong with them trees. If we do have a bat. Oh yeah, cool, yeah. Bat, snails, ghost. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good to me. Yeah, not entirely sure. Put the frame rate down a bit. So if I just take off tick count, this needs to be time, and this needs to be delta time. Sounds good, Fanbjerg, sounds good. That seems alright to me now. So it's something to do with a fixed update. You don't seem to be losing energy. These leaves. That might be the, I did say the times 10 thing, so let's just do. Got a question about the implementation of breakable blocks. Would these be implemented as tiles with a specific ID? Or should there be separate objects from the tiles? Specific, like a breakup, like a tag, you mean that? It's a breakable tile by ID, specific ID. Separate from the tiles, because I believe I will implement things like checkpoints as objects. It's entirely up to you. The easiest way would just be have it as a tile and just have a little flag on it, and it's like, this is a breakable tile. That was pretty good. I think we're just going to leave it at that for now. The fixed update thing seems to have broken it somehow. I'll have to work on that. Then when it breaks, it must spawn some particles at that location. Yeah, at the tile location, yeah. So you could just have a list of flags or an array of flags. So same for here. I don't think we need it. Is it broken in the level editor as well? This also has a fixed update. Interestingly, it doesn't look like it. The wind did start from the middle. That's why we're seeing some of the leaves shaking. So that's working totally fine. The fixed update is working fine. In the level editor. For some reason. And not fine in the game. So this is an async tick, but we weren't actually doing any async in here, because this underscore means actually just run it on the same thread. Break Minecraft and the break particles are just smaller bits of the original texture. So I don't need any specific particle assets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can do. You could just basically render smaller versions of the tile, like 100 of them, and just shoot them out. Give them all like. If you draw the position to the position of the actual tile, position of the particles to the position of the tile, get that vector, and then that's just the vector you shoot it out from. Yeah, that's it, yeah. So fixed update seems to be broken here. I might just work on it a bit more rather than leave it, because I don't understand why it should be broken. It should be working here in the level edit. It's the same code. It's the same code. We do have this thing. Never made a particle system, so the exact amount of particles to spawn I'll find out. Yeah. I mean, you probably only need about 10. Another thing is that's mental, that wind there. See when the wind goes through. That's really windy. So if this fixed update works, why does it not work So I think what I'm going to have to do is just check this code through. So it is running on, it is set up to run asynchronously, but that should not matter. So we'll run them both at 30 frames a second. So we've got the step and the accumulator. If the accumulator is greater than or equal to the step, accumulator minus equals the step, time plus equals the step. Then we're going to say we're going to tick it. And then we'll remove that for a second. So now we're going to tick them, the amount of tick count. We get this leaf state. So that has to be time. That's the fixed time. And we set all the translation deltas. And then this minus. So we're doing something to a bounding box there. Not sure about that. So we're doing plus trans equals scale minus the fixed step. So it's literally the same code. Do you think it's good enough just to set a flag for dead enemies to remove them later? Yeah, I would say that would be fine. That would be a good way to do it, yeah. Yeah, if an enemy's HP gets to 0, it's dead. Can be a little tricky because if you hit it, HP might drift to 0. So in this game, if you hit an enemy, the HP drifts to 0 rather than just is 0. So to detect if something's dead, rather than test the HP, you have to test where the HP will drift to, because it might be dying. It might take 2 seconds to die. But if you just like hit it and it's dead, like HP is immediately 0, then yeah, you could set a flag that it's dead, or you could just test if the HP is 0. And then what I tend to do is recycle them. So if it's dead, I'll just set it to be invisible. And then when I want more enemies later on, I'll find the dead ones, make them alive and put them in that place. Yeah, this is really, really not working. What I might do is reuse the same, just reuse the same memory. Stops having to unload and reload a texture if it's just the same texture. Performance is not even a consideration. No. I don't think it's any more difficult to just... It's probably more difficult to throw them out of memory and then bring more enemies back into memory later than just to move the dead one and set it to give it HP again. But depends how I've got it all set up. So there's only one job batch as well. Which means that this is meant to function identically. Identically. In this game, I don't think they respawn. Yeah. Like they add to the player different enemies. So a newly spawned enemy. But to the game code, it's just the dead enemy moved if they're identical. So they all spawn at the same time at the same place every time. Okay, yeah, so it's just basically like everything's just, yeah. Everything's just set and ready to go. Yeah, that's cool, yeah. Just give it a... You can either give it a flag that it's dead, or if it has a HP, you know it's dead because the HP will be 0. So 2,419. So this is going to tick all the leaf states. And set all the vertices. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that is right. That is right. Okay, so let's just, I think what we're going to have to do to fix this is to make tick async 2. And we're just going to set this up exactly the same as this. Copy and paste the code. Except the transition deltas so this is for index ref. S state leaf. What is it? For index ref. Leaf states dot get count. Just leave states. This is transition deltas. Submesh index range count. All leaf state count. So this is offset. Here we need to do we need to take S. No leaf bounds. No bounding box. What we want to do is we want to get this to work with a fixed step in the game and then move it async and just check when it breaks. Okay, it's because this is the submesh count, submesh index range count. That's why that crashed. This is simulation get leaves. I'm going to make the level as best I can. Cool, yeah. Don't implement everything. You may need to get just accordingly, yeah. I want to have the ideal level to aim to be able to code. Yeah. How broken that is. It's the same code in theory. What's different about it then? This bit. Confused. I am confused. I hope I can manage it. I think I can have a plan B. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just start simple and then build up the complexity. Don't start complicated. So that works totally fine. This one's knackered. It's a little extreme. This is completely broke. Oh, hang on. Yeah, maybe it's because we need to do... If this misses a step, then the translation deltas will be 0. What I want to know is why... It'd be the same for this case. So how does in-game bar content, how do we render the tree? We don't use the we don't use the deltas, so that might be what's causing the problem. So what we need to do is we need to do this. We need the step count, or the tick count. We'll do this here. And we want to go, if tick count is equal to 0, return. And then this is while tick count minus minus. And we don't need to do the accumulator all the time. Don't need to do any of that. So what we were doing is, if we weren't doing a tick, we were emptying the actual leaf translations. That's probably what it was. Let's see if that works. And here we're doing the same thing, but we're not actually using the leaf translation deltas for anything. Here we're actually drawing with them. There we go. That's it. Okay, so that means we can get rid of this. Go back to the async one. So what we need to do is this needs to happen right away. We'll run async on 2 threads and then we'll just see what happens. Fingers crossed. This fixes it. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, so we need to do a similar thing here as well. So we're just running the simulation at 30 frames a second, and that'll be fine. This seems to be crazy compared to this one. That's quite nice, really. These leaves go mental. That's really over the top. Let's just check the numbers again. Um, It's all the same. Not sure. Anyway, we need to move on. Look good in the game. That's the main thing. Because something I did put in is that this is actually a working spawn point for Jenny, the NPC. What I did notice is the event, the little icons is not showing up. So this could say spawn Jenny. So we need to render spawn Jenny there. And we need a little icon. So let's do that. Let's do that now. So I think this is prefab shadows. Room. So this would be in the trigger renderer, some kind of trigger renderer. We need to render the description, draw the description in the world. Ooh, prefab shadows. It's not prefab shadows dot room. Oh, it's rooms. Prefab shadows dot room. There we go. You can see how the wind starts in the middle of the room. That's why just those leaves are shaking around. So here, so I'm actually drawing. So in the game content, game board content, drawing triggers. The renderer for trigger. Draw icon in world. So there's nothing there. Object UI renderer for this type. The type is game trigger types. Okay, so we actually need to put this in. Marius, how's it going? Hope you're alright today. So these are the different types of trigger. So really, it's not here. We do want to draw the description. That's what we do want to do. So if trigger description, we need to draw it. So let's get the font. text LCD font. Font size. Get font size. New canvas draw. Text. Draw. What is it? Draw string. Do we have draw text in world? Drawstring, we should have drawstring. Font size. Do you not have drawstring in world? Mental. Finally a streamer who actually streams C++ coding. Yeah, it seems a bit rare, doesn't it? Yeah, just C++ here. Let's see what we're doing in like the node editor. Just working out how to blooming draw a string. Right now, if I've forgotten. It is just draw string, world to pixels. Okay. Because C++ is awesome. I like it. I think it's good. So the font size, the text, which is trigger description, the color, which is white, the back color, we'll say is black. I'm not sure. That's for a different thing. Position, canvas, world to pixels, trigger. Well, we'll say bounding rect, trigger. So we need the bounds. We need the trigger bounds. So the bounds is, we'll say bounding rect bounds, and we'll go with each trigger point. Bounds.add arg.location plus position. So that's the bounds of the trigger. So we want bounds get rect center. The Z is canvas get Z order easy layer. Does it get Z? How does this work? Forgive me while I forget how my own engine works. I haven't done this for a while. Get Z. So it's so what's get Z? So it's canvas get Z order. Get Z easy layer text. Will that work? Who knows? We'll see. No. Okay, I need to actually find out where I'm doing this. Center align text. What's this? Draw header in a game menu. No, I don't want the LCD text. What am I talking about? I want the SDF one. Or just a get board font. Or get font. Get icon font, get text font. The LCD text is not for this type of thing. Weird how it's not rendering properly. It's not rendering any glyphs. Or any alphas. So let's look for mouse. No back color. What I ideally want is the sign distance field one. Yeah, man, that's broke. That is so broke. Let's just put int min or int max on there. It shouldn't be this broken, actually. I may have found a bug. It's not rendering the alpha. Game board canvas. This is the same call. So this is just get text font. Okay, there it is. Okay, what's happened there? Why has that suddenly started working? Ah, look, it's doing a copy. It's doing a copy. Okay. Ooh. I get away with this. Tired today, so I will make those types of mistakes. Probably all sorts of places where we're trying to copy these fonts around. Okay, no problem. All we need is this to be a reference. What I'll do is I'll do that anyway. I don't want that kind of font though. I want the assigned distance field font. So I want to actually draw a border around it. Possibly. I haven't done this for so long now. I've forgotten how to do it. Alright, so there's Spawn Jenny. If I just... Oops. If I just make this bigger. Spawn Jenny always goes into the... She always goes into the middle. Could do it in the bottom left. But then it might be, you know, the trigger might be a funny shape. We'll do it like that. That's fine. What I do want is the sign distance field font. So how do I get the sign distance field font? Let's go to the node editor. I know the node editor does it. It's called Get Board Font. And that's in the editor. So I don't think, unfortunately, here we have what editor we're in. We have the canvas, but not the editor. Does the canvas have the editor? No. So we need to fix that. The canvas needs to be able to, if it's an editor canvas, technically, it should be able to have the editor in it. Get away with this. Well, before I do this, let's just build, check in. Let's create a virtual memory. What? So what I want is to get the signed distance field font out, and that's not actually in the canvas, in the editor canvas. It's in the editor itself. Maybe I should put it in the editor canvas. So, editor, get board font. What does that actually do? Oh, it just does this. So we can put it in the canvas. So we can do font, get board font. Just does this. We don't actually have. Could put it in the UI canvas. Just do it in here. We need to include the LST. That works. So now we can say get board font. If we pass that as the back color, in theory that gives us a black outline. We'll see. So that's the font to go on the board being the thing that we draw onto. There we go. You got a black outline there. It's very zoomed in. It's in front of it's behind a thing though. Behind the trigger. So the triggers are being drawn at Quad Z Max. So I think what we actually want to do is draw it at Easy Layer Quad. So we'll just get the Z order. There we go. So the next thing I want to do is I want a little icon here. So this is a trigger and it's got an event attached to it which spawns Jenny at launch. So we need to actually somehow render a little icon there, because this is what now it's responsible for. It's like a spawn location. So you've got this thing called a UI object renderer or an object UI renderer. So do we have some kind of game event renderer, UI game event renderer? Okay, so it's very complicated. So do we get any calls to this? Here. So about this one. So I'm thinking that this one should be the draw icon in world. So this is not being called. Right, while these ads are running, I'm just going to go make a cup of tea. Be back in 2 minutes. That was quick. Made a massive cup of coffee there. So let's have a look at see what's happening with this. On draw game event. On draw game icon in world. This is the thing that's not being called. Draw conditional game events. So this is a conditional game event. Draw conditional game events is not being called. So where is this other one coming from? Draw game event. Draw event. So we're calling just draw event, event. Draw game event. And then we probably want draw game event icon in world, actually. So draw conditional game events is never being called. So we've got draw UI object icon. Okay, so this just needs to get called somewhere. So that just needs to get called somewhere. Does this need to be an array as well? Don't think so. So what I'm going to do is make this standard span. And then we do need to call this somewhere. This is just size. This is old code that we haven't hooked back into. Just rewrote the level editor, really. So the question is, how do we want to hook this back in? It would be nice, because this is an editor call. It would be nice for the editor canvas to know about the editor. So like, iEditor, editor. How much problem is this going to cause? To be fair, we can't just forward declare that. I'm sorry, but there's no way that compiles. There's just no way. Nope, it doesn't compile. So we need to pass in the editor. The thing is we might not have an editor. That's the problem. I4RC, how's it going? How's it going? Farquan, how's it going? Doing alright, nice one. Yeah, I'm doing okay as well, yeah. Wasn't in yesterday because it was snowing very heavily. Then I got in my car and the car just didn't start because it was too cold. So I just went back inside. So we could we could make this. Oh, thanks for the follow. What was that? Our redeem. I don't get notifications for this redeem thing. Stretch. So I have to like blooming read it off the screen. Yeah, thanks very much. I will stretch. Oh. Oh, there we go. I can see it in chat now. Redeemed stretch. Yeah, I'm just working on the editor a little bit at the moment. So we could put an optional reference to the editor. Like this. And then leave the API like that for now. So that can remain the same. That can remain the same. That can remain the same. That one. Right, and this. What I might do is I might do canvas set editor. This. Working and thinking about developing all the time. Definitely like 9 to 5, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Marius. Planning making a game engine. Can you give me some tips? Doing C++. Already made a physics engine with Raylib. Don't know how to do a game engine. So decide how much of it you want to make on your own first. And if you want to make absolutely everything, you need a good foundational set of containers. So you could use standard template library for that if you want. And then you need to think about memory. Those are the first kind of things you have to think about. How are you gonna do memory in your engine? Like manage memory. More than breathing and eating food. Definitely breathe more. When I'm sat in front of the computer, I don't tend to eat. No, it's true. Yeah, so you want just to think about these things, like how much you're going to actually implement from scratch versus getting a library to do it. And then the things you are going to implement, for instance, I might want to do your own memory management stuff, which a lot of engines do, most engines do. Think about how you're going to do that. So you might want some containers, you might want to build an arena allocator, you might want to build a memory pool, like a memory pooling, chunk pooling allocator. There's kind of a lot of groundwork before you start thinking about drawing things. I've seen every developer, they just think about developing and coding. It's definitely like people who are really into it are really into it. It's a passion thing. You don't just do it cause you do it because you love it, I think. But it's really good if you got the type of brain that likes that type of thing. If you like solving complicated problems, an infinite set of complicated problems, it's good. It's a good hobby for that, rather than doing like the Sudoku or something. Yeah, I'd like to see what you come up with. ThyRC. I'm not sure how you would say your name. It's definitely awesome. Definitely recommend doing it. Like the first thing I built, so I got all the containers out of the way. So I made like an array and everything. And then the first thing I built was a content pipeline. So it was, how am I going to get assets into the engine? Images, sounds, any kind of data that you might want. How am I going to get it into the engine? So because before you render a textured cube, you need to load the texture. So I made a content pipeline, or at least I started it. So that was the idea of like bringing stuff in, making a cache so that I didn't bring two of the exact same thing in at the same. If I loaded this PSD file and I wanted to bring in the exact same PSD file, but it was already in on the GPU, then I already know that is there. That type of stuff. An engine for own game. Yeah. An engine or own game. Yeah, so definitely doable. If you've got a game in mind or a type of game in mind, build your engine for that. That's a good piece of advice. If you can code, you don't need to make a bunch of stuff that Unity and Unreal have. You don't need them if you can code. So don't implement them if it's for a game. Lots of people make their own engines though. Make their own engines for their own games. There's no problem doing that. It takes longer, but it's more fun. Could you think about to build Cycles or an Unreal type engine? Those engines are just way too big for one person to attempt. You need to build an engine to make the games that you want to make, and you need to include things that are useful to you rather than a general purpose engine. So for instance, you don't need like a settings panel, you know, just have settings in the code. Don't need to build UI for that. Unreal is too much unwanted stuff. Yeah, it's massive. Yeah, it's AAA really. You know, there are different types of engines, and yeah, Unity is AAA really. So you just want to build the engine for your game, which supports you making your game, which means you can leave 99% of it out, which is what makes it possible. Yes, I'm going to set the editor. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do void set editor. Editor. Or iEditor. Editor. And then I'm going to say this editor is the editor. Yeah, I want a small engine. Yeah, exactly. Also, it's just like super fun. Like, I find making engines is more fun for me even than making the game. Making the engine is more fun. So we may or may not have an editor. We don't even really need this. I'm just going to say canvas.editor is this. So for that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Need to make sure these are named the right thing though. This is overlay. Okay. So now we can just change this back. I haven't gone through the game engine. Don't like Unity or Unreal or Unity. Yeah, that's quite common as well. You want to make a game and you want to give yourself the best chance of success. For a lot of people, it's to use a third-party engine. But some people would just never finish a game using a third-party engine because they can't get on with the workflow, you know. It's just boring, or they run into too many problems, or so for those types, just sit down and make your own. As long as you kind of like scope it correctly for the game that you want to make, it shouldn't, you know, it'll add maybe another year onto your development cycle. Yeah, I'll show you this engine if it works without breaking. Right, so this is the level editor. Ignore these leaves. The wind starts in the middle of the level and then moves off. That's why just those leaves have been affected. And the actual like leaves are going absolutely mental because the wind is probably quite strong. Yeah, so this is the level editor. So there's a prefab system. So this comes from a prefab. And then this is the content browser at the moment. Performance is a bit bad at the moment, but well, it's like, it's about 60. It's okay. So I've put in like reflections and shadows and water, and this comes from a prefab system. Triggers, splines, all the UI I did. It's also got stuff like dialogue trees. So this is an NPC Jenny. This is a herd dialogue for some test dialogue trees that I did. It's got like a full event system in it. So you can do like, ignore the breakpoints. So you can add like, you know, when she says this dialogue, it sets the playable character to the hero or something. What are those moving lines? All right, Nukebird, how's it going? That's just a visualization of the wind. I was just debugging this. So the leaves are a particle system. And it was broken. The fixed update was broken for the physics for some reason. And it's because I'd changed the way that we was rendering the, like, producing the positions, and it had broken it, but I'd fixed it now. So I visualized the wind just so I could see when the wind was going to blow the leaves. Yeah, it's got like framed animations like this explosion effect and cloth rigged animation. Yeah, full prefab system. So for instance, this is saved as a .prefab file, so I can like move the stuff in. And then if I go to like this prefab and select the paths prefab, I can like paint it in, paint bits of it in. Or what I can do is I can right click on the prefab, make it independent, and then I can move stuff inside the prefab. But I can still paint the original prefab and like revert it. All my project times are like 2 minutes to 6 milliseconds. If that's what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean there. Game when? Yeah, exactly. So I worked on the game from January to July this year, and then I'm about finishing up now. This is the last bit of level editor stuff, really. So I think it's going to be about Christmas where I start working on the game again. Oh, yeah, it keeps breaking. Yeah, thanks very much. I refresh it and it refreshes it to broken. There we go. Thanks for that. It's annoying. It's just started happening. The thing about like OBS or Streamlabs or whatever is they just change stuff from underneath you and break stuff. So yeah, now I'm just working on, so we got this spawn Jenny, like a trigger, which is an event which sends a spawn event. So I want like a little icon there, which is the spawn icon, which is hooked in. It is written, it's just not hooked in yet. Okay, so now the guys have the editor. I can go to the game board content where we're drawing the triggers in the editor. And I can go, if trigger events, say, if canvas editor and trigger events, canvas editor draw conditional game events. I think that's what it is. Canvas, the position is bounds.center. This is trigger bounds, really. And the events is trigger events. See if that works. So I'm going to say this is trigger center. Trigger center, trigger center. Yeah, let us know how the game engine goes. If you've written some physics stuff before, your coding's obviously up to scratch for it, so I would think you'd have a good time. Right. The canvas editor is empty, so it didn't get... So this is the game board canvas. Board. So I'm just going to say board editor is this. Test spam. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. It's happened a bunch of times. It is really flaky with refreshing. Does some of the stuff I wrote an add tool so it could warn stream when ads are about to start, and it works like 99%, well, 95% of the time. So we have our editor now, and it breaks because Streamlabs doesn't refresh it. Even though I call refreshing like the JavaScript or whatever, it doesn't seem to work. Let's see what happens here then. So we'll go here or here, 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 or here, here. Draw icon in world for spawn NPC. Awesome. So it is hooked in now. Let's see if it actually draws anything though. There it is. That little thing there. That little dude in the wrong place. There. So I think all we need to do, it's not the actual center that we draw it in. It's trigger rounds. Get rect. One left. Yeah, game that should fit on a 1.4 meg floppy, yeah. C runtime is bulky, it is. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it is bulky. Several megs, isn't it? Okay, that didn't work. Trigger rounds bottom left. Interesting. I want it to kind of be in the middle. Didn't seem to change there. No, actually, from when I did it from trigger center. Yeah, this ad wheel thing here. You might get some ads, but I'm only going to be sat here faffing about. It gives up memory for nothing. Yeah. -5. Position. Draw glyph in world. Five -5. So the center is not the center. That's what's going on there. Oh, because this is wrong. This is wrong. This is rect. Arglot location vec2 1 translate. Well. Just that. Need to store game resources. Yeah. Yeah. What's going on? Missing out a bracket? You need to procedurally generate your game resources. There it is, right in the middle. Spawn Jenny, I think, still needs to be in the, well, we could center the text. It's just quite in the way, isn't it? We could center, we could do the, depends, because these triggers can be of any size. So I can, how do I do this? I can do this. I think it needs to be basically above the icon, really. So we have some code for centering things. Text positioning. So center align text, trigger description, and then we don't need that anymore. We do need to, there we go. We need to push it up a bit. It's worked out quite nicely there because the dude's in the middle of the word, in the middle of the sentence. Let's put here. Spawn Jenny here. So I think it needs to get pushed up by half a world unit or something. Spawn Jenny here. That'll do, won't it? So this, the outline, this is me getting really picky here, but the outline's obviously in front of the text, and that's the Z order thing. So, game board editor, or intersecting candidate for trigger. So the outline, everything, we're doing everything at quad Z max. It needs to be the canvas Z order. Candidate canvas. Get Z order. And this is actually Z order. Get Z. Easy layer. I'll try quad. See what happens. The thing about engines is that you could just work on them forever, which I like. That appeals to you, if you could just make them better and better and better forever. You'll have a good time. There we go. So I think it needs to move up a bit more actually. So when it's actually focused, that's a similar thing. So draw focused content for trigger. Just draw focused content. Focused region content. So this is here. Z order, get Z. The layer is quad. Alright, so Spawn Jenny here, it needs to go up even more actually. Just so it's actually not in the way of the bounding box. Most triggers really are going to just be one world unit square. Alright, cool. So what happens if I put another event on? Add a new event. Warped trigger. So there we go, it puts two icons there. They're not exactly drawn the nicest positions, really. What happens if I put another event? Begin quest. At least I can see making the game what these triggers do. And very rarely a trigger's actually going to have more than one purpose. So now this trigger actually works. Spawn Jenny at launch. So if I run it, just needs to build the level. Jenny instant 0. Okay, so what I want to do is I've got another room somewhere. Prefab reflections room. Got a trigger in here with no events. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a warp in. So we're going to say warp to trigger this one. So that's like that's a door essentially. Here. And that's a door. And I'm going to copy this trigger ID and put in an event. Warp to trigger there. So if we can look at that trigger, that one goes to there, and that one goes to there. And now when I compile that, I actually have to make that work now in the game. It shouldn't be too bad. All the code's there. It's just probably not hooked up. We'll see. Oh, we need a character as well that we can run around. So we'll put a spawn. This is it. I don't quite remember how to spawn the main character. Spawn NPC hero. It might just be defaulted to hero at launch. Trigger ID from this trigger. So this is spawn hero here. See what happens. No idea if this will work. Oh, the hero's there. And we can move him. Look at that. Frame rate's taking a beating. We're only at 50 frames a second. So we need to be able to see. We need some debug. Do we have like show triggers? Showing triggers. But you're not actually. So for some reason frame rate's taking a beating now. We should easily be at 60. Spawn here is not working in the right place either. Spawned in what looks like 0, 0. Should be down here somewhere. Okay, we'll fix that. That's good, something to fix. So first thing I'll do is take away Jenny. So we're only spawning one character. So he's spawning him. I imagine that is world space 000, which it is. So why is that happening? So What would that be? NPC. How do I find out how this works? Entity state controller. Hero. Entity state controller. Spawn. Okay. Spawn an entity. Any type of entity. Location. So it's -1, -5, which I think is correct. -1, -5, yeah. So why is it ending up at 0, 0? Hero location. So we set the location. Prefab shadows room -1, -5. Set input type to playable. So this is the hard coded. Hero is playable. Animation controllers. Attributes. Give him carbon. Put some stuff in his bag. And then we do. Shouldn't this be part of the crafting bench properties? Get crafting systems. Set Q slot count for hero. 3. Maybe not actually. That's just saying that the hero can craft 3 things at once. Give them 100 credits. Create combat. Bamberg. Copy the master, not the pastor. Never heard that before. That's good though. All right. You made that up. That's really good. Okay, so the movement controller, position, location. This changes for some reason. All right, changed. Movement controller. Set location 0, 0. So what's going on here then? Set current region. So we've got a frame ticker. This is execute launch game. I remind myself how all this works now. I haven't looked at this since July. I'm not sure of. Yeah, that's cool. So that's setting it so that the data execute launch game is setting the current region. Okay. I wonder if it's an order thing. So we've already spawned the NPC. We've already spawned the hero at a position. So we're just going to go get the playable character movement and set it to the new location. Which we do want to do when we do set current region. So I'm wondering how we would do this. Ugh. So I've changed it a little bit, so basically like when the world initializes, it just broadcasts a load of events, including like let's spawn the NPC. And then execute and launch game happens, which sets the current region. Maybe we need to set it to the so who's sending execute launch game? Push ready to set, and it's the launch state. So it's basically like location, the room. So this is coming from the config file. So it used to come from a config file, and now what we're saying is like spawn the hero character here rather than from the config file. We do want the config file though. So notice we don't set actually the camera position. So we could get the playable character position. Do we have that here? Begin game. So we could say auto get G systems. Remember how to work, how this all works. Character system. So we'll look for get playable. character. Get game, get playable character. Oh, it's just get playable character. Nope. So it's a character system, get playable character locations. G systems, get character system, get playable character location. I'm going to say if MC, that's the lock. If lock room equals data state location room, data state location, data state camera position equals lock position. Okay. So if they're in the same room, we'll just set the camera to the playable character's location position. And see what happens. So the camera position now is -1, -5. So we're going to set the location to this location, which is the correct location. There we go. So he's in the right place now. Awesome. And we can move around. Doesn't cast shadows. We haven't had a moving character for months. Okay, so we need to sort out performance as well, because this is pretty slow, I would say. Something's going up with performance there, something's going wrong. Let's go straight into the game. We're going to boot into the game instead of the level editor now. So we're at 60. 65. Let's just turn off VSync. Whoops. Where is that? Display VSync 115. I think that should be quicker. 145. So there's a couple of reasons why this might be slow. We're rendering a lot of leaves, because we're rendering them here, and then we're rendering them in the shadow map, and we're rendering them in the reflection map. Let's just do a little profile. Another thing actually that is ridiculously slow is the pick scope stuff. We could take off. Come on, you can do it. Do it, Visual Studio. You can do it. You're just going to leave me with a blank screen. This profile is not what it used to be. There we go. We've got some bumps. Now, I reckon... Are the bumps just circles? That is drawing. Alright, while these ads are running, I'm just going to make a cup of tea again. Back in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. So the renderer tick. Game tick 38%. Draw shadows and draw reflections. Now that is probably got a bit in grass. It's mostly in tree. Mostly in tree. Draw level submesh for tree. About reflections. Draw level submesh for tree as well. So it appends to current reflection token and light token that's taking the time. Maybe if we get away with not doing the append. So what the append does is it's like, if I change regenerate the shadow map or regenerate the light map, the reflection map, but the trees changes are so subtle. Okay, so It might not need to do it. What is it? Canvas. Draw level submesh. Check this is for tree. Tick room, normal. No, where's the tree one? Tree. It's this one. Or we could just make a call. So there's a lot of verts. That's hashing a lot of data. That is hashing a lot of data. So what I might do is another one. It's the vertex offsets kit we want. Shadow and reflection map. This should actually speed it up quite a lot, hopefully. It's literally the same, except we don't append those in. So, if we go back to the game level now, draw reflections here, this is shadow and reflection map. Then on draw shadows, shadow and reflection map. And we'll just see what happens to the frame rate here. Now that we're not appending. Then we need to do like a debug drawer for when we're in the game. Okay, so now we're at 174. So the alternative is in draw shadows, we draw just the trunk. And not the leaves. So if we just don't draw the shadows for the trees for a second. We're at like 245 there. If we do draw them, we're 169, so it's a big big performance hit, that. Right, how do we draw just the trunk then? Got the trees. Trees 1. We do have trunk index range 0 to 96. So that's just the trunk in this vertex buffer. So what I think is I want a just a range. So I want range. So where we can just draw a range out of it. Index range, vertex range. Alright, so submesh texture indices. We'll leave that as it is for now. This can get optimized a bit as well now. Ooh, Dragon, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So what does this take? It takes an array of vertices and a span of output. If this took a span, let's see how this looks. Doing good, nice one. Yeah, me too. I was off yesterday. I was okay, it was just it was snowing so much, and then I got in my car and the car wouldn't start, so I just called it a day in the morning. I figured out why throw was bad. Terrible performance. Turns out SafeLounge has its own overflow function. SafeAdd, SafeMultiply. Alright. Yeah, that's awesome. Learning every day, Woot Dragon, eh? We're learning every day. It's good. So if the submesh, if we only use the index range, what I want to know is the tree. From 0 to 96. So I'm presuming that is offsetted by the submesh. As well. I've been trying to figure out why I get subtle memory leak into my private working set. Okay. It's memory leak or memory fragmentation. Yeah. Is it your own? Is it in your own code? Yeah. Alright, so I think we just need another one of these, which has got const index range, vertex range. Things is, these are all so ridiculous. I don't know which one is which. It's the vertex deltas one. Okay, in the canvas now, we pass in a range. We just pass in a range there as well. Increase in odd jumps, not at call sites. I'm using Win32 list views. Oh, interesting. So it's your own code. Is it in C++ or C as well? C++. And are you detecting it through, you're just looking at Task Manager for your memory leak? Yeah, cool. If you're able to, cut the program in half. What I tend to do with memory leaks is cut the program in half, so I don't know if you'll be able to do this in your program, but I just basically have like the front end and the back end of the renderer, really. So I just don't call into the back end of the renderer, and that eliminates, if that solves it. So if you just basically like don't call into the back end of the renderer, then the memory leak is fixed. You know it's in the back end of the renderer, and then you just keep dividing your code up like that until you find it. Keep narrowing it down. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Problem is, I think I've narrowed it lowest I possibly can. Still got increases. If is it a load of code, or if it's a bit of code, you could just put a link up, and I'll see if I can have a look for you. Do have growing vectors. Yeah, that'll increase my memory if you've got growing vectors. Yeah, increase the memory footprint. Yeah, if your vectors are always growing, that's constantly allocating. So this I want to be trees, sprite, content index, trunk. What is it? Trunk index range. So just from the trunk. Just want to draw the trunk. Okay, so there should be 2. There's only 1 overload, so I've not called this the right thing. Range. Call it range. Yeah. I mean, if your vectors are growing, that will be a memory. It won't be a leak, it's just using more and more memory, I would say. It's only 1 texture anyway. Okay, so now we have this vertex range. So this is offset. It's vertex range dot first. And we're going to go over vertex range. And this is submesh index range first plus, I think, plus I. If it's using more and more memory, yeah. It looks like a leak, but it's not, yeah. That's right. So it's going from not. Okay. See if that just draws the trunk then. We don't crash. It's difficult to see. We don't get our massive. What did it go up to? It went up to like 200 and something. Just not drawing it at all. So I'll be able to actually, if I do this in the reflections, actually be able to see it. Trees, sprite in content index, trunk index range. So if you're having to grow your vectors up infinitely, you need to rethink how you're managing the memory in your program. I would say you shouldn't have to keep growing them all the time. Thanks for the raid, Forward Centaur. How's it going? Welcome. Just working a little bit on the tree right now. There's a lot of leaves on the tree, and I was drawing the trees in the reflection and in the shadow, and it's quite bad for performance, really, doing that. How's C++? It's going, it's alright. Hope you had a good stream. So now we're drawing the leaves in the reflection, but not in the shadow, which I think is probably what we want to do. Caught up on the programming puzzles. Awesome. Awesome. So what's the language? What language are you doing the puzzles with? Rust. Nice one. Yeah, glad it went well. So we're at 200. This draws the leaves in the shadow as well. This doesn't, and you can't even tell. And given how expensive it is to draw leaves, I think we'll just leave it at that. Okay, cool. Turn VSync back on. We're at 60 anyway. What would it be? Oops. In a release. Controls. Display VSync. In a release build. Yeah, I'm slowly putting the game back together. So what I'm going to do next is I just need to have a debug drawing in the game itself. So I'll put that in next. So I can draw where the triggers are and stuff. Gonna do a quick release build. And then like I should really pick and just make sure it's just the trunk getting drawn into that shadow map. Just the tree trunk. So 500 is not that great. It's only a simple level. Uh, 920, 1080. Well, it's like 2 milliseconds. Which I suppose is fine. What I am going to do is pix. I'm going to not use Pixscope. Pixscope tends to be quite bad on performance. It used to be. I haven't checked for a couple of months. I haven't checked since I've got this computer actually. So we're at 200 with the Pix scope stuff on.
Ads running soon.
So it loses about 2 to 5 frames a second with that on, which is quite a lot. All right. Do you want to take this off? So how easy is it to completely kill this performance? Putting loads of trees in. Ten frames a second. Well, that's at like 30. If I just draw the trunks in the reflection. $46. And what about a release build of that? Ooh, I got a crash. Might have to rebuild. Light release on the crashes. So what was this? This is just getting a buffer, uploading it to GPU. The dynamic buffer. Definitely causing a crash. Just in release. Try debug. I'm not going to try and fix a release build crash today. All right. What do we want to do? just go back. Okay, cool. Display VSync. So it's 60 anyway. So what I want to do now is I want to be able to go show triggers. Showing triggers. And I want triggers to be on. So game level. I'm going to turn these on. So how do we get debug draw state dot showing triggers? I think it's this. Just check. Bug draw state showing triggers to true. Okay, so they need to render the triggers in this level, in this room. So it would be in the world, really. Ooh. I think I found my memory leaks. This is loud. Loud on my headphones. There you go. And my memory leaks. I forgot to set my session socket with actual handles of the socket. Oh, close socket calls are doing nothing. Ah, okay. Good. So the world has in it. So do we have a tick? The world has the triggers in it. So I'm going to go back up to tick room. And then what I want to do is I want to go if internal I can't remember what internal it is. Underscore internal. So if we're on an internal build, if we'll go debug draw state equals get debug draw state. If debug draw state dot is showing triggers, we're gonna go get world. Get triggers. So what would it be? Get room name. That's the world room. If the world room has in it the trigger range. So we have to get regions for... So I think what we need is we need get triggers. For the room, I think. So the world is what I'm currently building out. So how does get regions work? For the world room. Yeah, so it's this. Triggers. And then we want get triggers for the room name. Alright, so now in the game level, I can just say get triggers. So I can just say for auto trigger in get world, get triggers, the room name. And we just want to draw it somehow. So we just want like trigger, draw, canvas. Maybe, or we just draw it here. Could draw it in the trigger itself. World trigger. Check this builds. And then world trigger. Void draw canvas. Canvas. So this is just going to go for auto keying points, canvas, draw quad, in world. Vec 2, 1, 1. Do it blue. And there's draw quad in world, and then the Z. So on the Z order. There isn't a Z order. Quad Z max will do. Where is that defined? In the canvas. Alright. See what happens then. We need to include the world. Room name. Room name dot name. Trigger dot draw. And we probably do want to draw those icons. Alright, so that is the trigger we spawned at. I'm not drawing the door trigger though. I haven't drawn the door trigger. Okay, so we'll go to the world compiler, the world generator, and where we generating the triggers for this room. Generate room. So prefab shadows. This one. So triggers for this room. So they should have 2 trigger instances. Spawn hero here yet. The door. Seems legit. Okay, so we've sorted the rooms now. Prefab shadows is first. Well, triggers. Got 4 triggers. Four oh one oh. So the room ID is 7527. World triggers 7527. So there are 2 triggers in there. Oh, hang on. They're in the wrong order. World triggers. Oh no, it has worked. So we've got 7527. Not 2. Okay, so that didn't work. This was my first attempt at a coroutine. Having a coroutine in the code base. So seems to be broke though. 7527. So we want to go from oh, missed it. Naught and 1. Yeah, that's correct. 0 and 1. So the room, prefab shadows, trigger range, count to 0 and 1. Is that actually what we are getting here? Trigger range 2, 0 and 1, yeah. What's going on? So the room, oh, region range, that's why. Hypo. It's trigger range. Whoops. There we go. So there are 2 triggers. We probably want to draw actually with maybe like half alpha. So what we also want to do here is draw the events as well. So game event UI renderer. UI game event renderer. So it needs to be an editor canvas as well, apparently. Which this isn't. Why do we need them to be editor canvases? We should change this maybe to just be normal canvas. An editor canvas is obviously to do with the editor and it does more things. So draw glyph in world is just part of normal canvas. Right, so I'm going to take, well, there's 6 minutes until ads. I'm going to, yeah, I'll put, I need to use the loo, so I'll have to go, unfortunately. But I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll do it. Okay, I'm back. Didn't take long. Drinking too much tea and coffee. Okay. So the draw icon in world interface in general needs to be canvas. before we do this, actually, I'm just going to make a clean slate in case this all goes wrong. Okay, so it's a canvas. Canvas, 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 canvas. Used in quite a lot of places. Goes on heating up some of these as well. Hopefully there's no problem changing this type. Shall see. Nearly there now. UI game event renderer. See how far we get with that. Okay, just build that. Ooh. Canvas undeclared identifier. So that's just this. Mob undeclared identifier. Default declare them both. Get icon font. Get icon font is not a member of Canvas. It probably is a member of something else. UI canvas. Get icon font. So that possibly needs to get put in the canvas. Maybe all of these. Rather than the UI canvas. So maybe all of these font things can go in the actual mainline canvas. We'll see. So like that goes there. All of these just go in canvas. It's part of the renderer though. Might have a different renderer. So what maybe we'll do, we could make them virtual. We'll just do icon font. And maybe actually, is it just icon font? Yeah. We can put it in the object UI renderer. Like a base of the object UI renderer. So this calls renderer to get icon LCD font. Editor font definitions. Editor icons normal. That's actually what I want. Okay. Who's calling this then? No one. So what this means is the we will do canvas, do all these, but they're all virtual. Which means these are all overrides. And the board font is in the UI canvas now. Renderer So we want virtual font. Get board font. Get borderline height. Apparently that is not virtual. Let's put that there for a second again. Board font. And who derives off IUI renderer? Okay, we'll just let the compiler figure this out for us. Cannot instantiate an abstract class editor UI renderer. So we need font. Get board font. Override. And then that is this method. And this is return renderer board font. So the game UI renderer where's all the font stuff? There it is. Font. Get board font. Oops. Okay. So this needs to be return renderer. Do we not have the renderer? Get text. Different type of renderer. So this needs to return a bunch of stuff. So this canvas works a bit different, I think. So get text LCD font, override. I'll just put this here for now. That's there. Get icon LCD font. Get icon font. Is actually editor icons. Whoops. Normal. Text font. Editor normal. Bold font. Editor SDF. Font size. Medium. Okay. It's suggesting that I can move all of these in. No, some of them are templated. Just do it manually. So that one. That one. That one. And that one. Use of undefined type, E font size. That one. Get LST, so we need to include the LST. Assets. It's inline data. So we need to include inline data. Right. Some bit of rejigging around with the canvas now. So like even the most basic level canvas has access to fonts. All right. I got linker errors everywhere. Rebuild just to make sure. No linker errors. Let's run, see if we crash. See if everything's still working. Mainly fonts and stuff. Yeah, it looks alright, doesn't it? Okay, good. So, now what that means, so we'll check that in. What that means is, in the world now, we render a trigger. Or the draw a trigger. we can hopefully look at the events. Event range. So the EVT equals get world. Get conditional events. So we're going to go events, get world, get conditional events. And we're just going to go object UI renderer. How does this work? So it's for a particular object. So how do we do the draw event thing? Editor, draw event. So it's this. Saying if it's an engine event, do that. If it's a game event, we call draw game event, which is a callback. Right. Draw conditional icon world. Draw conditional game events. So it's basically this. Let's just copy this for a second into the world. So we're going to go world. We'll do the world. We'll do it in the world. We're just going to have draw conditional events. Canvas. Standard span. Well, it would just be const index range. Bit Wielder, how's it going? Long time no see. Hope you're alright. Draw conditional event range. So this is range count. And this is for E in range. The event is conditional events. E. This we don't have. Forget ADHD. This is ADHD Pro Max. I open Epic Games on my PC, says of free games on mobile. Get my phone, unlock it. Forget what I wanted to do. Close the phone, look at the phone again, scroll through the apps. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right. Draw UI object icon. So this we can't do yet. Position. Oh, we do need the position. So that seems to work. So on triggers now, can we do get world, draw conditional event range, canvas, so let's do bounding rect, BB, bounds is that, BB add bounds, BB bounds dot, that's BB get rect dot center, and the range is the event range. Okay. So let's see what happens. We won't be able to draw the game event icons or anything, because we don't have a hook for that yet. There we go, we get that one though, we get the door one. So we need to actually set up for the game. So in iEditor, the callback on draw game event icon in world, just static dynamic lambda. Do we want to do that, or do we just want to literally include it? Game event, UI game event renderer. Let's just include it. So this would be a UI game event renderer. Canvas data position, event storage. Canvas storage is it EVT event data, I think. Yeah. And the position. So that becomes a one-liner. UI game event renderer. Okay, so this also is a canvas. So if this works, we see the little guy with his hands in the air. Night child, good afternoon. Presto, I keep focus and grinding. Yeah, I mean, I get in the zone, it's true. It's true. Look, we've got a character running around for ages. Yay. Haven't had a character running around in the game for a long time. So I'm doing like a bunch of stuff. So I've put in hide triggers. Could not hide triggers. Hide triggers. Show and hide triggers. So I've been putting in that and getting them to render these little icons, which is the same as in the editor. Not the text. I don't know if we actually pass the text in. Render or draw. Don't know if the trigger actually has the description in it. It might do. No. Could pass that in. No foot sliding. Yeah, I mean, I haven't spent too much time sorting that out, to be fair, because I'm not going to be using this model. This is a model that came with Spine, the animated rig software. When we actually get down to doing characters, I will spend a lot of time working out exactly what the velocity needs to be for their animation and stuff like that. But not now, so there's no foot sliding, hopefully. It's difficult to see because there's a box in the way and a circle. Ain't too bad. So now this is actually a trigger to go to a different room. If I look at that event and I locate the trigger, it's meant to go here. So we need to get that sorted. Right, there's an advert in 1 minute. I might go make a cup of tea when these adverts kick in. And then we'll do that. So to get the guy to transition to a different room, we just need to make sure we fire the event. Basically, we actually need also a condition on the event as well. So the event, the condition needs to be a trigger condition that we enter the trigger. The playable character enters the trigger. So that's the condition on it. Right, these ads are coming. Just going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okie dokes. Yeah, the foot sliding thing should actually be able to work out a velocity pattern to have none at all. When we get the animation frames. Okay. So I think the way that we're going to do this now, so go back to the game state. Game state. The way we used to tick events was in the game state, I think. How did we tick events before? I can rename that to get content browser. And that to G content browser. That's old. Yeah, how do we use to tick events? Tick input, tick questing. Get game events dot tick. So get game events. So we're ticking it directly on game events. No, that's not right. That's not the right thing. Tick triggers. Trigger dot tick. Get game triggers. So I don't think there are any game triggers. So what are game triggers? Is there one of these for every trigger? That is the question. Why is Twitch not tracking Power of 2? 15 stream streak. Blooming heck, Night Child, that's awesome. Yeah, I just need to remember how this works. We're in something called game triggers, which is pretty old. Trigger ID object. Don't know what that is. That is an UI object renderer, so that is what we were doing before. No, we do use that. We use that in the editor. Okay, so let's have a look for code with get game triggers in. No help at all. Game triggers tick. Get current level. Get the location. Tick trigger state. Okay. So this is the thing. For the current level. This is the thing that also this will improve this. what I've been doing will improve this. This just ticks triggers in the current level. Now we've moved triggers out into the world, we can tick all the triggers we want. Doesn't even matter if the level's in memory or not. Depends if we do want to tick all the triggers every frame, because that would be potentially a lot of work. Maybe. What does tick trigger state do? With the level. It's making a thing called trigger interaction. What I want to know is, we could use this game trigger system to start with. I just want to know how we get the triggers, how we get the initial state in. Launch. State, begin game. Load all the stuff in. gsystems.launch. We've got get game triggers empty game. Nothing for get game triggers if we're going to populate the triggers with things. So in empty game, we reset the state. What does that do? Okay, so it empties those, we empty the game. Level get events. So this might be it. Hot reload not supplied. Ignore. So we're doing level get events, level get condition, level get trigger events. So I think this is it. This is it. Obviously there's no events in the level and no conditions because they are actually in the world now. So we want to do get trigger event conditions. So do we just get this working and then move over to doing it in the world? Or do we keep game triggers a thing? I don't know if we do need to keep it a thing. But we'll get it working. So we want to basically get the events for the room that we're in. So it would be get world, get events, get conditional events for the room that we're in. So it would be standard span conditional event, get conditional events for the room name. So auto room is get room name. If we don't have the room, return the empty span. If we do have it, we've got the room so this is conditional trigger events. Actually, we want to go room so how do we want to do this? Now, it could be conditional events for the room. So if we look at the default world generator there, this should be in room order, right? All the events should be room order at the moment. Where's this breakpoint that we just set? Yeah. So if we look at the room colliders, it has an event range there. Not 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4. So what I would like to do is have an event range here, a conditional event range. Just means getting the data in the right order. So if we sort the rooms, so we have conditional events, we've got 4. Would that be too much? Because also these have an event range as well, so they would have to basically if we sorted the events by room, how would we do this? So we sort the room, so we are by room, and then we're going to fill in the paths. Fill in the room ranges. So the rooms, it's like so we could maybe do it here. So we could do something like index range, event range, conditional event range. Like that. So we'll go dot conditional event range is equal to the world conditional events get count. Well, we'll say conditional events or C events world dot conditional events. And then we can go new room conditional event range dot last is C events get count. I think that will be fine. I think that will work. And then what that means, if you want to get the events for the whole room, it's return conditional events subspan or standard span conditional events subspan room conditional event range first conditional event range count. So they're all just lined up in memory. That's what I want. Which makes like this is going to be able, so this is all the events though, not necessarily the trigger events. we do want the trigger events as well. What I might do as well is I might actually, in this index range, put like a const expert standard span. Well, it would be template subspan. Input return input dot subspan first count. Do that as well. That's quite nice. And then this just is room conditional event range subspan of conditional events. Span is not a member of standard. Include span. I might just rename this to span of. Or span over or something. Okay. We have to convert that into a span, probably, which is annoying. Ooh. Oh, we have to put conditional event there. But I don't want to do that. I think what I'm going to do is just cheat a little bit and make that T. Ooh, we can't do that. Can't do that. Can we do this? Can do that. Now I've done that, can I do this? No, I can't. That will work. That'll be fine. I might actually rename it span over as well. Yeah, like that won't be all the trigger events. Either. Unfortunately, that'll just be all the conditional events, and there'll be other conditional events that are associated with triggers. So it is nice, but not quite nice enough. We won't get conditional trigger events, really. To make this a little bit clearer, I'm just going to go new room, conditional event range first is equal to C events count. So in order for this to work, the events can be in any order. We'd have to sort the events by where the event came from. So in the trigger, so adding events in. So the only other way to do this really is to create like a temporary array. So it would be T array conditional event get conditional trigger events. Do we want to listen by the room? I don't think so. Well, let's go like this. This might lead us to a path. So the result. So you want to go for auto trigger in triggers. We want to go result dot copy from trigger event range span over conditional events and then return the result. So that gets all the conditional trigger events. Perhaps that'll do for me. That'll do for me. So in game events, where was it? Not in game events. Game triggers. It was here. It was So the trigger event is get world, get conditional trigger events. So basically just for auto event in get world, get conditional trigger events. It'd be nice for it to be lined all up in memory. Oh well, whatever. And then we got the room. So the event. So this is like, we're only ticking the ones in the current room. So we do need the trigger ID as well. So this would be essentially now for auto trigger in get world, get triggers. You could say in the room for auto events in trigger, get world. Well, let's just do this. World is get world. World. So it'd be world, get trigger, get events. Well, it'd be like this, wouldn't it? Auto events equals world, get conditional events. It would be trigger why is this not working now? I don't need the IntelliSense for this. So we need to include the world. I'm feeling like we might do this in the world eventually and get rid of game triggers. So this would be for the event in the trigger event range span over the events. Okay, so this is for all the triggers, all the events for all the triggers in this room. So what we're saying is so I think this is straightforward. I just think we just do EVT now. So we can say with each do that. And that's all that this comes down to, which is nice. Let's have a look then. Let's see what's going on here. We do check if it's active. For some reason. If the state is active, so what's this gonna do? Just see what this does. So we've got a trigger. It's got one event in it. It's gonna call the conditions. There's no conditions in it. I go send it. Anybody receive it? Don't even know what the event is. Spawn NPC. We're sending the spawn NPC event. Ooh. So this is a fire once event. It's going to be there, or it's going to be there, or it's going to be there. It comes to here. It's bananas, this. Well, nothing happened. So what is this event? It's a game event. Spawn NPC. G event spawn NPC. It's probably because this is a spawn. This is a... We've already used this event, and this is like a you can only use it once type event. So it calls get game event and then send. Which sends it into here, it sends it into the controller events. So we need to go back out of here. I think, actually, this notation here is a little bit we want to be able to see each individual event. Just do EVT like that, we'll just send it. But at least now we can see individual sends. So we do have to get conditional trigger events. Not for the room. We could do this, and then this could just be like... No, we do need the trigger ID. We've been down this before. Do we need the trigger ID now, though? Here's the thing. We could just do... Get conditional events. Just tick them all. And that's EVT. I think all conditional events, as far as I'm aware, need to get checked every frame. See if the condition has happened. So this event is the engine event try begin quest. That must be on a different room. We want the event warp. Try warp to trigger. It does have a condition on it. That every condition is true. Condition not needs a context. G condition trigger, so this is it. See if it's a playable character. So that's empty. Okay, so we need to tick the trigger entity interaction. I think. Do these all get ticked? So let's see if we break on the enter state. This seems to have kind of worked itself out. All very confusing. So if I walk into this trigger, no, we don't get any kind of interaction state. So if we'll be inside, entity instance, we want ID 0. NPC hero get instance. Instance 0 ID 1. So this is the hero. This is the room that we're in. So we're going to need level get trigger points. So this needs to be a world thing now. So this is get world, get triggers for the current room. Is it the current room or is it's this room? This room. This is me just remembering how all this works. And that returns a trigger. So that's just ID. Trigger position. So we're going to go auto intersect equals trigger contains G world, get world. Inside trigger. So we have the trigger. So we could do trigger contains like that. Region bounds. So we could say if trigger contains region bounds, intersect, what's it called? Interaction count plus don't have a contains for it. We have inside. That should be called contains, really. Contains point. Contains bounds. Return. Maybe we just call it intersect, actually, because I don't think we want to test if it is entirely. So this should be called intersect. Oops. So that's return intersect rect top left or intersect rect top right or bottom left. Bottom right. Just clean up some compile errors then. What's going on here? Might have to restart Visual Studio. Remember these errors. If you get something in the error window to do with edit and continue, it never leaves. Right, so game triggers now. This is just intersect. All right. Some formatting bug there. How do we sort this out? There we go. So this is tick trigger entity interaction for a room. I want to know what this room is. Hopefully it's the room that the entity is in. So this is tick trigger entity interaction for the room that we are in. It's not correct. It's tick trigger entity interaction for the room the entity is in. So I'm going to change this API if it will let me, to not actually provide a room. So do get game, get entity, and then this is get triggers for region room. So we get the entity region, we get the triggers for that room. So we've got the level as well. Do we need the level? We don't even need the level. So the level can go. And this literally is just that for now. So the trigger is definitely in this room, so we're getting it out of the room. So what I'm going to do is, do we have a breakpoint when we enter the trigger and it got hit? Which is good because we're actually on top of a trigger at the moment. So now let's enter this trigger. There we go. So let's do the leave one. Check it's actually working. Yes. Okay, so we have our entity interaction now. So now we want to do our warp event. So here again, this doesn't need level or room anymore. And I'm going to suggest that doesn't need level either. So this is becoming quite a nice little API. Level conditions. So this I think can go. So what we're saying is the level conditions, get the trigger conditions. If the conditions aren't set, it's not an active trigger. That's what it's saying. Don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to do that either. Well, this is the state. That's what we're doing here. We're getting the trigger. So we go. The conditions are get world, get conditional events. For auto, EVT, get world, get conditional events. If state equals trigger state not active, even though I've set them all. I'm not sure what's happening there. Trigger state not active. Continue. So what's this then? Oh no, hang on. Get trigger state. Oh, so it's for auto trigger. Get world. Get triggers. For auto event. Get world. Get event. Get trigger events. So it's, the events is get world. Get conditional.
Ads running soon.
Conditional trigger events. We want get conditional trigger events. For a particular trigger. Do we want to do that? We want events, get world, get conditional events. So it would be for auto EVT in trigger event range span over the events. And it's this. It's this basically. And then this is the event conditions. We're just testing the conditions. This is trigger ID. And then when we tick trigger events, we can actually say, so we're saying whether the state is active or not. This is like, I suppose, testing them once and then that's it. We can actually get again. Like, I don't even know if we need to do this. This is testing that the trigger is actually able to fire, or the event is actually able to fire. Don't know if you want to do that. Unless something else needs to know about whether it's active or not active. Get trigger state for a trigger ID. Who's calling that? Yeah, I might actually get rid of that then. Right, let's just check in. And get rid of trigger state. Get rid of them. Trigger state. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That means that goes away. That goes away. That goes away as well. And that. So we just have the interaction. So that started a quest actually. For some reason. No idea why. We'll keep working on this for now. So we want the point where we enter. So enter. State is enter. And then I assume we're going to come to here after that. So we want the warp event. Try warp to trigger. Enabled true. Evaluate the conditions. There is no conditions. Ooh. Try warp to trigger. Four, 5, 3, 1. That one. Oh, it's the other one. It's the other. Okay. So we'll start again. So when we enter this trigger, I'm going to come here. It's the other try warp to trigger. Try begin quest. Engine event, try warp to trigger. It's this one. So this does have the condition. Every condition true. Game triggers, interaction, enter 4531. So we're just saying there if it's the playable character. What does this need? An entity instance. And what is this? What type is this? An entity instance. That's basically saying, oh, if the entity instance, the kind, playable character, then we swap it to get, yeah, to the playable character. So we need to get the interaction, and it should come out as enter. So we're looking for the enter state. Entity trigger interaction, that's the enter. Playable character. So it should return the interaction. The interaction state is enter. So this should pass. It does. We return true. And then we're going to fire the event. It's an engine event. It's going through all the controllers and seeing if any of them are listening to this event. Okay, this one got it. So on the end frame, warped trigger. So we're going to call get trigger region. So we're going to warp to, so the entity trigger ID. (4531). It goes get trigger region, and the trigger region is in the prefab shadows room. So it should be in the prefab reflection room. 4531, so that's what's happening there. Okay, so this is the wrong event. So this, the trigger ID should be 12063. Okay, we're always firing this event as well. Why are we constantly firing the event? Because the condition is true. There's no conditions for this one. Okay, what's going on there then? I maybe didn't put the condition on that one. Oh, I didn't. So trigger, enter this trigger. Try that again. I think it was immediately warping back, possibly. All right. See what happens. Nope. One 2063. Is that actually the right trigger that we want to warp to? Always forget. One 2063, which is this trigger, so that is correct. So this is the prefab reflections rune. So we send the event, warp to trigger. That doesn't actually do anything, but at least we're getting there. Alright, so we now need to just see who's listening to this. Oh, here. Push ready state event. Execute location transition. There we go. So this is in execute location transition. This is in make ready. So it should come here next, which it didn't. Didn't get here. This is where it should have ended up actually. So why did we not end up here? Let's have a look then. Alright, we need to get out of here. Invalid. LSD contains asset location.getLevel. Right. So we've got an invalid execute. Forget level. Why does location get level not work? So it's waiting until it gets to... So this returns... This is... Levels boat. Okay, so... That is basically what went wrong with that event there. You couldn't do this. Room is empty. Why is room empty? E.region. Room empty. Alright. So... So is the warp the trigger? So once this room's in, hopefully it works. E. So we're going to go get world. The trigger region. It's prefab reflections.room. So when we do the copy, okay, that's fine. We're losing this string somewhere. So by the time I get to warp to trigger, it's gone. I should copy it. Okay, what we need to do is get off the LST, the NatJMC file, because it's just skipping too much code at the moment. Then I'm going to have to head. So this, copied it. It's a lot of code, man. Data. What to trigger. Room is still there. The event. Room is still there. Room gets lost somewhere. Room is still there. Don't know how many callbacks there are. There's 28 of them. So let's do this. There's 4 of these. Oh, look, room's gone now. So it's this. E. Okay, so by the time it got from there to there, it disappeared. Different one. So just break when the value changes. Can't for that. Raw view. Break when that value changes to here. Okay. Okay, right, I'm going to head. Fix this another time. Short stream today. Got to go and pick my kid up from school. But for anyone that's still watching, thanks very much. Back on Monday, continue the engine stuff. That's good. So yeah, thanks very much. And see you on Monday, hopefully. Bye.